March 13th, 10:11 a.m. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? Not me. And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. That is weird. Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. The suitcase returns! Oh my god. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. Thank you for the exposition, Edgeworth. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. What is happening? Okay, welcome to Gatewaterland! Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! It's too early for this, man. Excuse me, but would you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Armand, no? It sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. Oh, this is a great conversation to have in front of a mascot. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. To the stadium we go, I guess. Battle of the Magicians, Max Galactic versus Troop Grimarier. I just saw that. And the Gavinier special concert. The continuity! It's insane. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. Yeah, I mean, the mysterious ransom holder, like, he makes a point. I've arrived. Go inside! This is creepy with the mirrors. What a dismal place. That's it! Go through those doors! Am I being watched from somewhere? A fair assumption. Leave the money and go! Now! I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. Yeah, that's fair. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. There's gonna be something with that haunted... Yeah, the badger. Ah! It was a trap! March 13th, 11:23 a.m. Guy. Betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that, and what are they talking about? Split. Police. Alright. In front of... meetup. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zalabastu, the Amano group. Zalabatsu. What the heck does that word mean? But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to help me. I must escape somehow. No! Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way, I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, Kay? Good, glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me now, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. Why would she give me her real name, by the way? I'm the real genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. Predecessor. She's 17? Dang. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Yup. The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. So... I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. So she is a thief, but not a thief at all, then, I guess? What a kooky character. But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. All of you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing. And what would that be? But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure they'll all have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Taha! Now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. Wow, I'm shocked that the door is locked. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you! La la la! Kay, you do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that may be our only way out of this room. Oops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger. You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you'd better study up on the whole badger clan with this. Oh my god. Proto Badger, the very first badger. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Bad Badger, a vile criminal with a gun. Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. What? Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. A Bible? Welcome to the Badger Bible, I guess. Whatever. I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty, which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park, probably because the Gatewater group owes the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state and they used it to make a theme park? It's not just any theme park, they have a handcuff-shaped, double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I suppose this is the Pink Badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon? Or is that too obvious? And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Ooh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. Great, thanks. The something is what is relevant to my interest. Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. Ah, but we do have a way. Right here. Ah, there's a cell phone here this whole time? It was right there, on the ground, sitting out in the open. What do you mean? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay? I was so worried, sir! I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. The police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shi Long Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Ji says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. Wow, that guy's a jerk. What is this? Looks like the Bat Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? That is a good point. Man, why did they have to put the window so high up anyway? How's that thief supposed to make her daring escape? With planning? Maybe? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence ever again. Let's see, I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Good try! Man, why did they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some sort of foothold. Okay, well, lockers and the key. Open a door, you get a foothold. What? Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. Seriously, that's not it? It seems that we won't be able to open this by ourselves. It also seems quite thick, so we can't just break it down. There must be another way out of here. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over in and out. I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over to the window and out of the window if we climb this. Good thinking, and if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, okay? And good luck. Count on it. The great thief Yadagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go! As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member in the family, you get a really posh prize. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck. Then why are 7 costumes gone? Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costumed one walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. So we have 3 unaccounted for individuals. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. I mean, that has a foothold, and that doesn't. The pieces don't fit together quite right. Yeah, I didn't think so. Something fits together. If we stick the key in the beam, technically that would be a foothold, but I don't know, man. Yeah, I didn't think so. What am I missing? Ooh. There's a map. There's gotta be something with this. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Preto Badger, not Blue Badger. based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of weird. Look, it's the Blue Badger! I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis! What in the... Why is she beating it up? It's got the word badge right in his name! It's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And I think he's out here somewhere wandering in this park. I better be careful or he's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Ooh, can we peer into the room with the We can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from here. Okay, there's clearly a ladder. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves! No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Oh! So we have a tunnel too. I think this building was originally built with a basement or an underground area. Got it. And it's being hidden by this tarp. And I bet the panel needs a key. This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Huh, I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, that it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call treasure. Requires a key though, right? Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Aw, fiddlesticks! Yeah, I wonder what the key is for. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use this tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha! Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open, and now... Wait! Ah! Are you alright? Kay? I'm fine, the ladder just slipped is all. Oh, thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. We could just go to the next room. I can't believe that happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? Well, let's use it then. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh, so how are we gonna bust out? It seems that your restless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well, then what are we waiting for? Nothing at all. Let's smell the sweet scent of freedom. Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th, 12:11 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Well, that was awesome! It looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness. You had no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir! I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Oh, that's, What is this? Count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8! 98, 99! Shifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir! Oh, what voice do I give this guy? What the heck do you think you're doing counting off my cubs like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu! Shifu! You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Ah! Lang Ji says, a cub who disrespects others soon feel the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena! What is this guy? This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it? Ah, that's right. Francisca did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhangfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? It's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How was it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acme Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling room with Francisca in a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. That is not the voice I expected him to have. Really? This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. I don't know how well that's gonna sound. I'm not good at voices. At least, like, mimicking ones, I guess. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewaterland. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait! Mr. Edgeworth, it's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here, and completely out of the blue at that? I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir! I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir! I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be! Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Oh my god! Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir! I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand! Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we've got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her What the heck? Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Like musical chairs, you'd better stay fast on your feet. No way! I won't. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. He is mad. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Oh god. I regret pressing the button to talk to this guy. That wriggling, I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Oh, thank god. Some sort of tracks were left in the mud here thanks to the rain. They look like tire tracks. Too bad they're destroying the Wild West atmosphere they worked so hard to create. The tires on whatever made these probably got pretty muddy as well. It's a cactus, and there's something written here on this sign. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewaterland from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. Yeah, that's weird. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there are this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright, it's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So what are you gonna do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing. What is this one and only one thing you're after? The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Hi, silly Billy. Hello! Feels a bit weird to call things silly, you know, with the whole kidnapping and all. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be, can it? I think it probably could. Lance! Lance! Where are you, son? Oh, way older than I thought. Okay. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. So who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. That's a mouthful. Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. That is weird to say. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Hold on there. Then what happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. Isn't he 20? Age 21. Okay, sure. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me daddy in ages. Oh, that makes it better. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. You definitely should have recorded that conversation, but not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? Okay, I'm gonna throw a theory out there. What if Lance was never actually kidnapped? And it was just like some old audio recording. And that's why they couldn't, like, meet Edgeworth in person, and they had to knock him out and stuff. Imagine. How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then, Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. Okay, buddy. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Romano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Romano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it! So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there! Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile! All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way! I'm not working for Wolf Boy! Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go! No! Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What, can't you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on, I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. You're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Okay. Oh, there she is. A bunch of footprints. I remember hearing rainfall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we followed them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it would be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. Interesting. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look so lifelike, don't you think? Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them? If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet-talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. I just had a brainwave, actually. I bet the kidnappers are hiding as the Badger mascots. And that's why they're not talking. Because there are only 4 badgers in the Here, I'll back it up with evidence. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. But earlier, we saw the costumes, and there were 2 of each. Except the pink badger. Which means that we know that the pink badger is legitimate, and we know that there are at least 2 kidnappers, which means that 2 of the blue badger, proto badger, and bad badger are all fake and out there somewhere. Except, also, we found the bad badger's head, which means it's not the bad badger, which means that the blue badger and the proto badger are both the kidnappers. Boom. If I'm right about this soul read, it's gonna be insane. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. I'm putting in my guess. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that the blue badger and the proto badger, one of them is a kidnapper. Like both of them. One of each. Aha! So that means a car left from the garage at some time, right? Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. I bet that this guy is a kidnapper. Hey, it's the blue badger. Badger, get! I really don't understand why she's so excited for this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. Yeah, there's a person under there. Exactly. He's doing that contorted wriggling dance again. Aha! It's Meekins! Which means that the other blue badger is the kidnapper. I'm still gonna run, assuming that is the truth. Yeah, you've uncovered my undercover identity, sir. I was to remain under that head, sir. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir. Dude, I'm calling it. I am calling it. The other blue badger costume guy and the other proto badger are the kidnappers. This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Look at his face! Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I've dreamed to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring heat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder cackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir, it's such an honor. Okay, so from this I can make an assumption. The 4 badgers that are out for the event are all undercover police officers on the case of the kidnapping. And those other 2, one of them is the Blue Badger, one of them is the Proto Badger, are kidnappers. I know it's specifically those 2 because we saw the Pink Badger's costume still there out of the 8 costumes. And we saw the Bad Badger's head, which means that it can't be them. I'm running with this. How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekin saw the kidnappers escaping. But however, sir, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park all while wearing this costume. About 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger. Interesting. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? I've already put this together! I've already figured it out!
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. That's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another Blue Badger wandering in the premises. What? Sir? I called it! And that would mean that there are 2 Blue Badgers walking around, but why? I mean, we know what kind of shoes now. I mean, I know, but I can't connect it in the game yet. If these are real, I wonder what you put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. But if you stored water into a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. There's some rope. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those thingies you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, and here I was hoping that I would get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse. Nope, never rode one in my life. Why do you want to ride a horse then? But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. I've got you now, you vile criminals. I think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding right in here, right in front of the two officers. I certainly hope not. What about the cat? Sir, I'm undercover as the Blue Badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir. I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Sir, you have a copy of the Blue Badger Bible too, sir? That was written by experts on the Badger family, sir, and it's very, very thorough. It doesn't matter that I was made the Blue Badger only a little while ago, sir. That book helped me memorize every name of every badger, sir. It's not that hard to remember 4 incredibly obvious names. Oh my god. Ah, man. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know, it's one of the kidnappers, right? Yes! Yes, exactly! Exactly! The person probably wore a costume to get away. And that means we know which footprints! Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are... Dude, they're connecting the... I knew it! A blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those 3. So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? No. There are 2, because we have the other thing. But now we can connect these, and we know which footprints to follow. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. They both do look like possible candidates. This set is walking off to the west. It just stops. I can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. And it stops at the garage. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got him! I've got one of the culprits! No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha, maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Sir Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger Wilco, sir! Let's open the shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah! Oh my god. What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. Well, that's not good. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Armano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler! How could something like this have happened? Indeed, and why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? That's really weird. I'd better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Ling or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? That's what I was thinking! That's what I was just thinking! From my cursory examination, I believe this old man died from a fatal bullet wound. And he's got the pendant. That same pendant that was one of the pieces of evidence that was supposed to be delivered to the prosecutor guy in the first case. Which means that the gun is the other piece of evidence. It's all from this case, I assume. You sure are calm for someone who just found a dead body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to have regained some of her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice! It is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name. This is the pendant from the first case. But this man's name is... Yeah, his identity. Eureka! There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Devoray. Hang on. I have to check something. Okay, that's how that's spelled. It's true, isn't it? It is, okay. It's just as I suspected. Colin Devoray is an anagram of Oliver Deacon. Same letters, different arrangement. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Oliver Deacon is an anagram of Colin Devoray. Just saying. I just spelled out both names and connected them. Every single letter is the same, just in a different position. The name Colin Devoray is graved here. I really admire people who carve their own names into a pendant. Oh, and why would that be? You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby? It's not as if I have a wedding band, and I have no interest in accessorizing. I suppose. Anyway, you know what? More than wearing flashy wedding accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I can find all around the world. A sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalizing is just a bit different. It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. It's got a real dignified look on its face. It makes it worth all the more. Oh no, Mr. Edgeworth! What, did you find an important piece of evidence? This is made of platinum silver that makes this thing super valuable. I've seen this type of jewelry at a lot of stores before, so I know it when I see it. Okay, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry... What? Me? I'd never do something like that. Is it possible she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? What a peculiar car. 3 wheels. Yeah, from the look of it, it must be the Blue Badgermobile. And it has 3 tires, so maybe it left those tire tracks behind? Oh, would you look at which spot those tire tracks are from? The proto-badger. How interesting. That's simply not possible. Huh? Why? Take a look at the tires. There's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Oh, gotcha. Good eye. It's a shame I don't see any other clues around. I do. The tire tracks even go inside this building. Isn't that strange? As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice? No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is an exit wound. That is a powerful gun! Nice, I knew you could figure it out. How the heck is a gun that strong to go straight through? That's like bones in the way. That's like multiple bones. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Despite the fact that the final bullet went clean through the body, there was very little blood at the site where the body was found. Okay, so the body was moved, for sure. With the car, and I know this because the tracks go inside, which wouldn't happen because the mud only was gained as the car would be driving away, right? Which means that the car came in, dropped off the body, and then left again? Probably? Okay. I'm gonna assume this is the mother? Lance! Lance! Where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are? Okay, or Lance's wife. I don't know. Patump. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the phrase, the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Palps. That's a weird name. His girlfriend. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are gonna see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Ah, this is so weird. I am Edgeworth right now. The expression on my face is the same as Edgeworth's. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Uh-oh. My men brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Great! I'm so glad you were here to say that. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect? Who? Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir! Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha, I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff's not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny! I won't allow for such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu! Hold it! You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Ji says every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Shilong Lang's logic. That's a tongue twister. Say that 5 times fast. Shilong Lang's logic, Shilong Lang's logic. Okay, I should really try. Shilong Lang's logic, Shilong Lang's logic, Shilong Lang's logic, Shilong Lang's logic, Shilong Lang's logic. Oh my god, that is hard to say. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured out that much, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. If only. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? Well, if only it was like this in real life. That is your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Ha, you don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, Lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Ji. You'd think I'd have heard of him in his teachings if he is that famous. Lang Ji developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But thousands of years ago? It makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion. Don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Lang Ji says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Again, I wish. People would be shot less. It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study what every child on any street corner already knows? It's that Shi-Na. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, is that right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. Yeah, there's like 100 officers on scene right now. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun. Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun. What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir. I lost my gun, sir! How could you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Okay, well, he was definitely moved here. So, ha. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? So did you notice that there was too little... So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't a crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and living around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? He's mad. Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir! Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too! It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badger mobile? It is a moving store on wheels to sell sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the Blue Badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Interesting. Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Why would you say words like that? Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir! Roger, sir! Meekins' testimony.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. What? But the proto-badge was at the main gate. You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. Did you? Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. What did you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir.
Hold it!
Is Bad Badger wanted for $9 million? Oh my god. What did he do? What did this man do? What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dream, ma'am, like innocence drops. Bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Candy. It's candy. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger mobile along in my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers. No, sir! Of course not, sir! I would never do something like that, sir! You're absolutely right! Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir. Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir! Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. Elaborate, please. How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. One of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it... a good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. What? In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir! That's right, sir! That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story, but I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. But it was parked, so... How did he take out the thing that has been parked there for at least an hour? Because there's no mud. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage? Ah! Actually, I just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized it, the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen. And that's when I came back to this area, thinking that maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Edgeworth, sir. A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen, it's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume his car was used all right. To move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me! Sir! The killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir! Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth schmooth, I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my Okay, let's take two. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Ugh. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my arrogant little pretty boy. I'll be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Fair enough. March 13th, 1:22 p.m. Gatewaterland Main Gate. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. You know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands, when I apprehended the murderer myself. Alright, and I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go. I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just gonna drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? Ah! The jig is up! Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir! Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. There's the pink one. That's the second of 3 vehicles accounted for. And we know that the third one is the Proto-Badger's vehicle, and that that's the evil one. The evil one. Yeah, because the body was on the pink Badgers, which means it couldn't have been that. Which leaves only the third of 3 Badgers, which is the Proto-Badger. Assuming that exists. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Guesses as to who this is? They know Edgeworth. I'm gonna throw out a random guess. It's not Wendy Oldbag, is it? Emma Sky! Okay, that's a very pleasant surprise compared to the possibility of Wendy Oldbag. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Sky, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Sky. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. That makes sense. I assume this is another Badgermobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. The retina-searing pink model. Oh! I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm gonna be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. Great person to tell that to. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. So, why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I had just missed you. Are we that well acquainted? And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. Through the power of science and my DS, of course. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine a special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking? So let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? What's that off in the distance? Oh hey, it's the pink badger. Badger, get! Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? What's with the handcuffs? Okay, I know that this badger is for reals because there's only one pink costume being used. So I know that this one's okay. I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Dang it, no! I just said the thing about old bag! Oh, this is a terrible, terrible day. No! You've gotta be kidding me. I don't know if I can do an old bag voice. No. I was worried it was old bag. I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore. You're... No! Why her? Why here? Why now? I knew it, and yet I didn't want to believe it. How did I guess? This is a terrible day. I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character, but you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking. No. So I'm just going to be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. Meekins and Old Bag in one case. Oh. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? You can say that. Right now, I'm just the pink badger, dearie. Why is she so nice today, though? Relatively speaking. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag, but you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. It's because she's a young whippersnapper, isn't it? Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. That wasn't one of the names she said. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Oh, I guess she did say, or whatever suits your fancy. Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in where there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. It doesn't... Oh my god! You went in what? I need to see this rant. Just the other day, it had happened with Mayun, who had finally gotten to notice me. He went and got into an arranged marriage with an 18-year-old. I don't see what he sees in her at all. As they say, the permission takes 3 years to ripen. Whoa! You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true, she is the witness. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Just the shuddering sigh. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. What old bag witnessed? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Oh my god. Why? I came to the stadium to take a short break. You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting? Oh yes, that. Well... As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Tell me more. You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything that you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right, you do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my god. I'm gonna die at this tag team. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just foals compared to a stallion like you. Kill me now. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. And suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely. That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? Jeez. But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So, about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? You want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean, I swear it's something you're gonna like. What is that gadget you're holding? It's a cellular phone. What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Oh, don't be like that. Whoa. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. This is crazy. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to the maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? That's a good question. What the heck am I looking at? This is awesome. This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I put it into the Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see, Miss Oldbag says that the 2 men were facing each other, and then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. But that's inconsistent with the facts, because the gun had to be angled upward because it exited through the shoulder. Ah, so with this, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is the super-secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, this simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony, so for now I should re-examine everything, and if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in this simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so just let me know, okay? You got it. I know exactly what to look at. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. I mean... The pendant.
Take that!
No. Maybe you're still adjusting to the simulation? Yes, that's it. Allow me to find my bearings, and I'll present the contradiction again. Maybe I need to review the evidence again. It should go without saying that the truth lies in what is missing from the scene. Okay. I'm just gonna present the body because of the blood.
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how do we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Precisely. Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony.
Veggie Poo, how could you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar?
I hate this woman. I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. There's another contradiction here. It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief. She has a point. That's not the issue. The issue is that if they were both standing and he raised the gun like that, the gun would hit the shoulder, but our body, entry point lower right abdomen, and the exit point of the right shoulder, which means that the killer was crouching down. It looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Okay, well, let's put together. The blood was on the stage. That also explains the gun thing. So here's what I'm thinking. There was a stage here, an elevated stage. The killer is on the right. The victim is on the stage. The killer shoots upwards, hits the abdomen, exits through the shoulder. Victim falls on stage, that's where all the blood goes. They wipe up the blood, the stage is packed up. They move the body. So it's the reverse. This scene is mirrored. The pieces don't fit together quite right. Really? What? What is this? Some sort of new attraction? This is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Yeah, she would be amazed. Now I'm fairly convinced that the victim was killed here, but then why is there no blood? There must be some explanation for this contradiction. Perhaps I should go over all of the information I've gathered one more time. Alternative theory. The victim was in a costume, which is where all the blood was. But that just doesn't seem right. I'm thinking the victim was one of the kidnappers. Which does make sense. Kind of. Ish. I'm working it through. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? Do you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there was a very good chance that he was. That would make the killer the hostage. Which could explain something. He was sitting down at the time. Which is why the bullet wound is the way it is. I need to figure out this bullet wound thing. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of these stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You'd think it would be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. I wonder how we could find that. Oh, Emma! This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look, right here. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Or the killer was. Wait, hang on, this actually fits back into my thing. Where the guy died on the stage. The killer was wearing a costume. He walked up, shot him. Boom. Solved. Calling it now. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. I'm calling it now. The victim was on a stage. The killer is the one with the costume. That's why the bullet wound is shot up. Unless I'm wrong. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. Yes! Thank you! I might be right after all. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I think I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. Come on! We need some explanation on the bullet wound trajectory. It went in from his stomach and out from his shoulder. One shot. That's weird.
I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation. For that, we must find the first contradiction in her testimony. Okay. Let's question you on the two men point then. You saw two men. Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone. And I'm not jealous.
It's alright, Edgy Poo. Us two were just foals compared to a stallion like you.
Oh my god, I hate this.
I thought so little of them that I lost interest in the instant I laid eyes on them.
Just two men, Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved, seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time? Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony.
Wah!
I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier.
The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier?
That was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense.
I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. Oh my god.
The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap.
I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow.
Boom! Bingo! Got it! Got him! Stamped it! No erases!
My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know?
I know I'm right with my theory!
I'm not that with a judgmental eye. I never...
Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay?
You got it.
that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down, which is exactly what I said! The killer was wearing the costume, he walked up, shot the guy who was on the stage. That's where the blood is! That's why the angles work! Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I called it, stamped it. See? Their positions were reversed. The killer, in fact, was standing here with the Blue Badger costume. And the victim was, of course, standing on stage. That's why the bullet entered his abdomen and exited his shoulder. That's why the angles work. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at that time. Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. I know it! I know the answer! Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. No! In fact, the victim was on top of the stage. That's why the angles... Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See, now let me update the info in the simulation. I know exactly what the contradiction is, and I know exactly how to fix it. Objection! Well, 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 what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. No, it's not resolved yet! Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here at the stadium. I see, thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You two. Sir! Luminol! Spray the luminol on that stage right now. And there you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. I know exactly what the answer is. I've got it. I've already figured it out. I just don't know who's wearing the costume. I know it's the killer. I just don't know who that is. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. Nope. That's the truth your little recreation showed. Unfortunately, that is untrue. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see, thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatakarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. I know exactly what to present and where and why. When the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. Objection! Bullet entered through his abdomen. You don't get that from on high. You get that from down low! I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly after all. Thank you! Yes! I am excited for this. I am excited to be proven correct. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located.
Actually, I didn't get that good of a look.
Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. You can't get that from shooting above. You have to get that from the victim standing on the stage and the killer in the costume. This is more... We're gonna use Emma's luminol and we're gonna find blood. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be perfect. And then we just have to find out who was the costume guy. And that's gonna lead to Meekins getting accused even more because he's wearing a costume right now. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. I'm calling everything that's gonna happen in the next, 15 minutes right now. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. The killer and victim's locations. Yes, the locations of the killer and victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. Except that there was no costume! If this is what happened, it would also explain the positioning of the gunshot wounds. Unfortunately, it is now inconsistent with the costume footprints, which means that the killer's wearing the costume. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume, or the killer was the only one to wear a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, or only the killer was wearing costumes, then there's still blood on the stage. I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Good point. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. That's impossible, because there was no mud. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3 tired tread marks are very telling, however. Is the Blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Nope, there are 3 mobiles. I'm prepared to present. Hopefully I don't need to press first.
Objection!
I'm way ahead of you, game! You cannot fool me! Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the Blue Badger mobile had never been to the scene of the crime? The tires. Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found. Additionally, the mud tracks were in this spot right here, to the right. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink badger mobile?
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier suites.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there was yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto Badger? And the Proto Badger was at the very entrance to the park, where the Blue Badger was supposed to be. Boom. Solved. I know who it is, I just don't know who they are. That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of a proto-badger-mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this proto-badger-mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Ugh. Hey, did you hear something? Oh. Oh! Well, there he is. Help me. Are you alright? Seems we found our kidnapping victim. What? I said that before you! You copied my line! What the heck? Don't copy my line! That was crazy. Where were you all this time? Wild West. With kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. And we know this already! We know all of this! Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But two. One was a woman. A woman? Oh, now Kay is gonna be accused, huh? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Ugh, again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no. Not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you.
That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maidens? My, you little rascal. You sure know the way into a woman's heart.
Lang Ji says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth!
I have no choice in the matter, I'm afraid. To be continued. Middle, regrouping with Ernesto Romano. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true! Tell me you've really found my boy! Yes, Mr. Romano. We found him earlier in the stadium. I don't know why, but my brain will not let me say Amano. It just says Armano for some reason. I don't know! I can't say his name right. Then, my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance. It must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... What is this? I can finally go here. Can I just leave? No way! What the heck? It's Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl. They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Great Gatewaterland pamphlet says. But you'd think they'd already be happy because they were able to come together. Logistics aside, I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends. They're right there. What the heck? Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss. Dude, why can I not interact with them? This is upsetting. They're right there. That's awesome. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter. The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? Oh no. Not the Tender Lender Company. This is not a love letter. This is not a love letter. It's a very simple love letter. No way! I just figured it all out from this letter alone. I know everything. I know it all! This is crazy! I understand everything. Lance faked his own kidnapping with his butler to get money from his father to pay off his debts from the Tender Lenders. Then he killed his butler so he wouldn't talk / to keep all the money for himself. So now he has the ransom money. That's what it is! He's the second guy! Or I guess the third, since there are 3 kidnappers. What if the third is the girlfriend? Or Viola, either one. Dude, I figured it all out! Oh my god. Why else would she know about the kidnapping unless she was one of them? This one letter is huge. I figured it all out. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. I just figured it all out. It's all been worked out. That's who the second costume guy was. It's either the woman, which is the girlfriend, I would guess, or it's Lance. We know that there are 3 costumes, all of which are fake and have kidnappers in them. Lance was the one in the Bad Badger costume. He's the one who knocked me out. Because then he shed his costume to flee through the gap, through the basement, like he said. Dude, I figured it all out! Okay, he was the one who did the kidnapping. Wearing this costume, he knocked out Edgeworth after he dropped off the ransom. He put Edgeworth against the pole and then used the hatch to flee, pretending like he had gotten rid of his costume, which he did. He left his Bad Badger head there. Oh my god, I figured it all out. Then he fled to, seem like a rescued kidnap victim. Because of 8 costumes, only 4 should be missing, but 7 are. Which means that we have 1, 2, 3 culprits. We know that one of them was the victim because of the lack of blood. And he was probably wearing the Blue Badger. It doesn't matter which one. We know that the Bad Badger was being worn by the kidnapping victim, quote unquote, our Lance. And he was the one who killed this guy. And then Proto Badger is like our third mysterious person. They are a woman. That's all we know about them. So now we're only after the identity of the third person, and I'm pretty sure it's her. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then... I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either? I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It's a ring pop. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud! I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and he never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live! This girl's suspicious. I'm pretty sure she's the third kidnapper, and they worked in cahoots to get money to run off together. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? This is the question! What am I doing and how am I? Well, I've solved the entire case, except for one small detail. So I'm doing that, and I'm pretty good. I'm like 8 or 9 steps ahead of the game right now. Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. Yeah, she's guilty. Okay, she's guilty. You based everything on that. I know everything when it comes to my Lance. She's guilty. She's the third kidnapper. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again. She's guilty! So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Sure. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, Roger, sir! Hey, sweet! That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but why would you say those words, Edgeworth? You fool. Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Dang! Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? Oh! He's an ex-prisoner? Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. The gun is his. And it's Colin Devore. which is an anagram of Oliver Deacon. Figured out everything. So that's where the gun is from. The name here says Colin Devore. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devore was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. 50. 19. Okay, he is the father that used to work for the Amano family. Or the Amano group, whatever. He's the one who flew out into the distance or whatever. That's just what she was told. What really happened is he went to jail. That's why he's the third kidnapper. His wife and sole daughter. The sole daughter is her! He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. What kind of sucky cover name is an anagram of your real name? Because there's no way that she would know that there was a kidnapping unless she was one of them. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? Yes! I figured it all out! These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. Well, how about right now? I figured it all out. I just need to figure out how to exactly prove it. Colin Devore. Sex male, dominant hand, right. Height 5'8", weight 123.45 pounds. That's really, really, really specific. Whereabouts unknown after escape from Penny Dent Prison. Of course. Of course that's what the prison is called. Penny Dent. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. That's important. That's the murder weapon. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. I know that this is the murder weapon because this is the weapon that was delivered in the first case, which I think chronologically happens after this one. Maybe. I'm not sure. But there was a horse necklace and a gun. That gun was the type that is issued to policemen and guards. So, there's the answer. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room, so they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. This is that room? So this is where the kidnappers plan their foul deed. That is the mirror from the haunted house. Oh, you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. I know who it is! Here's the rest of the costume. The head was in my room, which is through that door right there. The rest of the costume, which I know was worn by Lance Amano, is right here. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. Or, alternative theory, it's just where he got rid of his costume in a pinch. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Nope! so clearly the same one. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Let me through! Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? I know exactly why it's here! I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Start with the key. I wonder what this key is to. It's to the third car! It reminds me of the key we found in the other room, but this is a car key! That's it, this must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor, you only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. That doesn't even look like the same key. 3 cups of coffee. Cheap styrofoam cups. That proves the existence of 3. Count 'em, 1, 2, 3. Kidnappers. Looks like only 3 cups were used. How could they be so stupid? The poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all and it is waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Three chairs, too! There are 3 chairs set around the table. There are 3 kidnappers! Because there are 7 costumes missing, and only 4 should be. The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3! Crazy, right? Isn't that just insane? What could possibly be the cause of that? Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Lance is the 3rd kidnapper! Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I'd feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It is not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that! The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Ooh, they have barrels just like these outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes, and I'm about to dash. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. The one used to knock me out. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Because it was whacked across my face. Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Is the sword directly attached to the badger costume? Wait a minute, Bad Badger has a gun! That's a thing! Sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do, and I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. The only thing left to do is to
connect these, which does make sense. That would be what causes the hole.
Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
I know, but there's nothing else to examine.
This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open.
Oh, what the heck?
That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force.
Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. The room wasn't locked.
But how is that possible after what the officer told us?
Yeah, the lock had been in use when the door was busted down. And the lock itself should be completely wrecked. Did they just assume the door was locked?
So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. It was when we escaped from our own confinement as well. So as early as the beginning. Be careful of where you step, Kay.
I only fell into that other opening once, you know. That is a concerning amount of times to fall into a trapdoor. Or, its secret entrance. My apologies.
So the sword was what was being used to lock the door, slotted through the handle then. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room.
It's because the employees would have had keys to the door, so they had to use the sword instead.
One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone could see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke.
That makes sense.
I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered.
You're the third unaccounted for person!
What is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir.
We Badgers also make use of it in our duties.
You are either the real Proto-Badger or you're the fake.
Wait! The Proto-Badger by the exit, I bet that was the third kidnapper, and then they left. And then they came back as, guess who?
Lauren Palps, the person who knows about the kidnapping but shouldn't.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss.
Proto-Badger get. Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Did you forget the photo rally? Duh. See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done.
Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort.
What are you doing?
What? It's gone, but where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir.
I know!
Oh, is that all? What's missing because the kidnapper stole it? I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
Has the pink badger gone missing now, too?
What? Is he saying more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto-Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What did you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir. We are one Bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room.
We know this! It was already missing there!
Actually, both of them should be in that room.
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event, at a set time in each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I never even considered that. Could there be 4 kidnappers? I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we used that costume. And doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. What the heck? Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? So they took 2 bad badgers. No, they took 1 bad badger. That one is destroyed. So they took the second one as a backup. Which means that the pink badgers being there proves that there are not 4. If you had 4 people and you wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? Because the first one was broken and it rests right here. Because that's a bad badger costume right there, but it's got a hole in it. The second bad badger costume, I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? This is the one that the... what's his name? That Lance changed out of. That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. The prop gun. I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. Can we also talk about how we have confirmation of one specific person being right-handed and only one person? That feels important. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Gun in the right hand. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? We have a gun unaccounted for. I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold a gun in its right hand. However, you there, did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? So they tried to swap it out with, our real copper's gun, probably? Mr. Meeks? Meekins? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. Did they use this to fake the killing? To the witness? Oh god, ugh. We need to fire them for the stage show. It seems our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costumed friend. Maybe I don't have this quite as figured out as I thought I did. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, okay? March 13th, 3:30. We spent an hour in that room? Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You've got to hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume in front of the main gate, sir. The proto-badger, perhaps? What? The proto-badger we saw at the very beginning of the case during the intro, maybe. Who then fled, leaving their costume behind, coming back being the only person who somehow knew about the kidnapping when they shouldn't have. Lauren Pops, I am onto you! Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo, that's why you've got to come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolfboy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. I got it! I got it figured out! March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland, main gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? It's right there. Are you blind, Edgeworth? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Regular blue badger. I knew it! The horse is a Pegasus pendant! No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. This is the one worn by the victim. Because it has wings, which connects to the Pegasus airplane thing, which is her father, which proves that our victim is her father. His wife and sole daughter are. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. I figured it out! Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. I bet this belongs to the daughter, and it's a separated thing, like a whole, like, sweet little cherished trinket thing. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. It's a Pegasus when you put them together. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. Is he in cuffs right now? Or did they just not bother to uncuff him from the kidnappers? You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. I agree with you. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren! How interesting that it belongs to a Lauren person. Wow, what are the odds of that? What are the odds? What? What could possibly be the odds of this? Aha, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. I don't trust this slimy git. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage, and she's hiding it. She's gonna hide Lance's involvement because of true love. I got it! So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys! Case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor, what is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. Unless it's a fake gun, which is the blanks. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. That's impossible. They are father and daughter. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. She didn't, but she's covering for Lance. Thanks for your confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? Are those scissors? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? I know who the third kidnapper is! I know it all! Or is there some reason why you can't? There is! It's Lance! I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. Yes, let's. I knew she was suspicious, but she's not a killer. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. That's true. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. The question is, which piece of evidence do I present to prove that it's his that Deacon is her father? The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it? Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't see that one coming. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Kay, what's wrong with her? Kay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press everything first. But I know what I'm trying to prove with this testimony. Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that it was too. Let me try again. I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Exactly. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money... So I'm gonna have to present the Pegasus, I'm sure. The horse part. Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. And here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Absolutely. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over that money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. They make a Pegasus.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Indeed I would, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. What? No, that can't be. So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
The dossier on Colin Devore. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore, a name that is an anagram of Oliver Deacon and was etched on the horse pendant as well. Because it's an anagram. Oliver Deacon and Colin Devore are anagrams. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devore's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. How long ago did he escape from prison? That's what I would really like to know. It doesn't say. Because he worked as a butler for a long time. Apparently. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants.
Take that!
Mr. Devoy had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Palps. That's a lie! A person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter, but isn't it possible they both knew that fact? There's no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? Yeah. Actually, yes. But I think they planned it with Lance as well. So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. I should, yeah. Let me see. This is clearly the motive. Lance is in on it, and he needed the money from his father to pay off his loan. I don't know what his loan is for, but that's exactly what he needed it for. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter.
Hold it!
Precisely, and what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Knock 'em back!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. He makes a point. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. But she didn't know he even went to prison. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. One is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They were childhood friends, so, yes, it was. They probably thought that that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? I would not, because they stole 3 costumes. I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first, is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? And the two of them made good use of their meetings. However, they stole 3. That's what I'm supposed to present, right?
Objection!
Yeah! This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3?! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. Hello. I'm about to kick this guy's ass in a factual battle. Wow, now I'm even talking posh. I've spoken as Edgeworth for too long. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. Both of these people are posh as hell. It's making me sound posh. But as for the other three, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who? Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Finally! I get to present what I've known all along! It's Lance! The case where we learned that Blue Badger is evil. Well, we already know, but now for more confirmation. Exactly! The Blue Badger has always been an absolute demon, and the parasite has multiplied. There are 4 of them. It's so bad. Lance Hermano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he has said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. Also, they all should have been wearing costumes, so how would he know one was a woman? But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? Especially pink one is the most dangerous. Oh, don't remind me. I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. These officers are messed up for keeping this man in cuffs. He is still wearing these cuffs. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. What happened to his ears? Well, the world's worst genetics. This is his dad. Something is wrong with this family's ears. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Ah, how can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Yeah, they don't allow me to arrest random people. Exactly. I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
I need more information. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. You always think that if Lang was a detective in the first trilogy, Phoenix had to defend 15 people at once every case. Exactly. He's like, oh, you were standing in front of a room. Oh, you're under arrest. Like, what? Why are you arresting them? I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. And out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker. They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. If you were blindfolded, then how did you know one was a woman? That's not the question he's gonna ask because he's stupid, but, like, that's a really valid question. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. Wouldn't one of them have left before that?
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mutt. What do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know? It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. This guy is the fruitiest man I've ever seen. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Pretentious the human being. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
Then, those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. Just cut them off, man! I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. How did you even know about the underground passageway? This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. So I had to use... The door was not locked at all, sir. Just so you know.
Objection!
Get destroyed! You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? Yes! Whoa. What a transformation. We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Shinha? Or Nah? Whatever. Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. How would you know the door was locked if you didn't even try tugging? For example. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. Yeah, if it is how he says, then he would have noticed the sword when he tried to open the door and discovered it was locked. Logic! You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive! What else? Oh, I have one! Do you honestly think that an uptight, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Doesn't even intro the evidence, just says, here it is!
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh! Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? All right, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. It is exactly as I said it. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. See? It is exactly like I said it! Word for word. Even him killing the other guy, so that way they could run away together. Everything is exactly how I said it like an hour ago. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you are giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. I don't think this is true. I think he shot him so he didn't have to split the money. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. He's saying he didn't commit the murder? What? We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But is that true? That can't be true. The reason I know this is because at the gate was actually the weird Proto-Badger guy. And that Proto-Badger... Like the Proto-Badger was the one at the gate. But then the Blue Badger had the pendant, which means that... Okay. I'm probably just mistaken then, because the Blue Badger had the pendant, so... It has to be that way. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. And Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. He had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you? She's still taking the blame for him. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. Oh, she's gonna be crushed. That gun had blanks. There was a gunshot and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. Then how did the body get moved? I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? No, I don't. Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she really shot her own dad without knowing who he was? If what she says is true. Are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? He shot, and it was a blank, and then she ran. But then who killed him? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. He shot a blank. He wanted to kill her? That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. It was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
Objection!
Okay, I think I need to press first, but... Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I don't think you pulled out the right piece of evidence. Wonderful subordinate there, so willing to point out his boss's mistake. Gosh. Detective Gumshoe, you will refrain from excessive talking. I'll try, sir. Okay, let me go from the beginning.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium,
There's a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. I understand. Here's what happened. Oh my god. Here's what happens. Was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. He took that to give to her. So he gave her, Lance gave her a blank gun. And then he wore the Bad Badger costume intending to run off with the money. After killing him. So that way he could frame her for his murder. If that makes sense. So that way she would think that she killed him. Because she shot a blank fired and he fell over. But the gun was a blank. I got it! I figured it out. Okay.
Hold it.
They both had blanks there. I think. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Left arm! Nope! He's right-handed. Which means that Mr. Lance is left-handed. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops! Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. That's how we prove it wasn't him. He was already dead by then.
Objection.
I got it! I figured it out! Man, Lance is despicable. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with it was his left. Isn't it possible that he went down just like that? Then which hand was holding the suitcase? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness, out with it already. So he did wear the Proto-Badger costume with the missing model gun in his left hand to pretend like it was the Bad Badger to trick her. Which gun did she have? Unless he had the real gun in his left hand. She had the model gun. She shot. He went down. He never shot. He went down. She ran. He then hides the body. She thinks she's the killer. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There's a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It has those huge sunglasses on his face. Or could it just be the black eyes of the Proto-Badger? Those look pretty similar. And why did she identify with that and not the pants? But if that's the case, even I can see there's a contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't the Bad Badger. Miss Pops, what you saw was not the Bad Badger. Think back and recall which character it was that leveled a gun at you. But it was wearing a pair of sunglasses and it had that strange blue beard. It was just the Bad Badger's head! Because he ripped the gun from that guy's hand and then took the head to impersonate the Bad Badger! That sums up the Bad Badger pretty well, I'd say. Too bad for you, but it looks like the Bad Badger wasn't the mistake here. Well, yes it was! I need to think carefully about the facts here. Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full with something or another. Those two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Well, that's what I was saying! This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now! The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the Bad Badger Miss Pop saw was really belonged to this badger. Proto!
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Couldn't have been the Pink Badger. We know who both Blue Badgers were. We know that one Bad Badger was Deacon and the other one was destroyed and tossed out. So it must be the Proto Badger. Miss Pops was wearing the Blue Badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the Pink Badger is one of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the Proto Badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance. Are you saying what I think you are? That's why he's wearing the handcuffs. It was to give himself an alibi about not being able to hold the gun. That Lance Armando donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon. On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing. The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Armano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now! Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything? You fool! It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? It was blanks! Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
The gun that he handed her was a blank. We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun that you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was, although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. But please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. Oh! That was me! That's why I got knocked out. I got knocked out and then dressed in the Bad Badger costume, didn't I? Isn't that right? It was me! I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already been subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door! I didn't even expect that one! That's why the head was there afterwards. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much of attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Yes, obviously! Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. That's where I was. What do I present? I'll have to press. You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then, are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. You saw a bad badger head. I present this, right?
Objection!
Yeah, because that was left in my room. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Miles Edgeworth. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It is not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on, and then made your costume to escape together, or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pop still would have seen me tied to that beam. I I was scared of Mr. Beacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Okay, Faraday can. Who said that?
Please, wait.
Mr. Amano.
Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad!
Let's see, you are the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you.
Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? And a gun! Guess which gun? Is that glass? Glass. Why would there be glass? It's from the mirrors. But why would it be there?
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea.
Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law?
There, there. There, there now. Agent Lang, please calm down.
What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Armano to complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police?
What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There, there now. There is no need to be so upset.
I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country.
Why does he talk so slow? Now, now, now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land.
I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence.
I've already got the results back. I had a special forensic research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren.
What? What? Yeah, it's the fake blank gun!
You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
That's it. These are the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Because they're from the haunted house. Proving that it was the same person wearing that costume as... But what does that mean? That means the person who knocked me out was... Deacon. This bullet hole. Looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. The victim was shot point blank. Why is that? Because it's proof that the that the victim was shot at point blank range. I just said that. And the gun. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? I bet not. I bet if I turn this around in the evidence examiner, I'm gonna find blue fabric. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? We'll see. Oh, shoot. They found Miss Pops's fingerprints on this gun. Can you let me hold it for a sec? I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pops's prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm gonna run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures. Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. This horse thing, is that not proof that it was Deacon's? Thank you, Dad. It should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over here. That's weird. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why wouldn't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? Didn't Lance himself say that he handed her a gun? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yeah. Lance's fingerprint should be on the gun. And hers shouldn't because she was wearing a costume.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. And he either should or shouldn't have prints. There should either be both sets of prints or one. Or zero. Sorry, it's zero, not one. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops's prints found their way onto the gun. Grr. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. That's the proof! We have proof that he was killed at the haunted house because of the glass shard. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. I understand!
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that the real crime scene is not in fact the stadium. Uh-oh. I'm supposed to present the outfit, proving that it was shot at point-blank range, which was not possible at the stadium. Mr. Prosecutor, I'd have to rate that piece of logic a 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. At this rate, Lolly is gonna wind up getting arrested. I must remain calm and think clearly. If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. Yes, it's the gunpowder burn.
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smartypants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? It's at the mansion. The haunted house thing. Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... that very hideout with those very shards of glass. I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
Take that! I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? These glass shards.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Armano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house! Clue! I got a clue! After that, you stole the Blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more! I'm sorry, Mr. Romano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet! Yes, please, do something! Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense! Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena! Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? That's what I was gonna say, actually. Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible for the fragments got into the costume there? But, Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Yeah, probability isn't decisive. Lang Ji says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing it does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have definitive proof, the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but we can analyze the footprints in the haunted house. I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. We just need to luminal test the area. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! It's the deed to the haunted house. He owns it?! The deed. Did he just buy it to investigate? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Romano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the Haunted House. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Dude, not cool. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. What the hell? What a jerk. I mean, I guess he's using his money, but like, what a jerk. He bought the house just to conceal his son's crime. He knows his son is guilty, too. That's what that means. March 13th, 4:27 p.m., Gatewater Land main gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it, hold it, hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is a noble and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course, we're gonna simulate the crime scene. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. See, now Lang is personally slighted, so he doesn't mind anymore. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside of the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I haven't, maybe I haven't, but I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Was that the body? Eh? What was the badger doing all the way down there? No, wait, it's not the body, because we know it got up. Never mind. I also thought it strange. However, I thought that it maybe was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette.
In that case, I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete.
Then I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from?
There's only one location I can think of.
I believe my assailant was lying in wait here.
Inside the dining room, probably.
Take that!
What are you thinking, Mr. Edgeworth? That's a terrible hiding spot. You'd have to be a real ninja to get away with hiding there.
That was not exactly the nuance I was trying to convey. Okay, fine. Then it was this badger. Inside the badger costume, then.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this.
Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself.
Just don't use it to do anything criminal, Kay.
So he must have taken that sword and used it.
Well, Lance?
What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
Didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me.
Yes, I'm sure it was him.
Okay, and putting the new info now, Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, we'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. But that does raise an inconsistency with him being able to take the sword out of the piece of armor. Now to verify the facts of this recreation.
What is this?
Pieces of a set of armor in a pile here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a scene of abnormalcy. That's a weird word!
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm with Kay here. I agree with that.
I'll try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task. I imagine this is how he snuck up on you. That gadget of yours can even replicate people's movements?
Well, it's used to plan heists, so of course it's gotta be able to simulate the police.
It's definitely very well made. Perhaps too well made. Maybe I should confiscate it after the investigation.
Oh, that's mean.
I remember glancing over and seeing this figure sitting here as I left the dining room.
So I guess I got it spot on when I put it here in my recreation.
I didn't take a good look, but I'm sure there was a badger here.
What's up with the green thing? Oh, that's a tuft on the knight.
You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, then where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above the temple.
Oh, there's the inconsistency with the left hand?
It was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. It's the sword.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword, which he could not have grabbed with his left hand while sneaking, like that. He would have had to grab it with the right hand.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on the sword? Test with luminol. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Which could not have been something that they did with the left hand, I don't think. Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
They could not have done that with the left hand. They would have had to use their right. Which is strange, because Lance is left-handed. Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side? Huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The blank gun.
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left hand or his right hand, then it was a different Badger. It means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Gosh. Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me. Which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Arrgh! Exactly. Kay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. Now, we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and... Ha 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 ha! And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? An amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. Is all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. I mean, that's true. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way... Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be, exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie? He's written right here in this pamphlet. I don't have that. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. As you can see, they set a doll down at the building at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide themselves in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to a completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. He could have easily hid behind this pillar. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're gonna find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means that there must be a contradiction somewhere. The badger doesn't have the strap? Yeah, he does. He has a... It's a little doll thing. He's got the belt and then the shoulder strap. And that's just like how he appears in this picture and this. That strap and the belt. No! Wait! Except that the strap goes right hip to left shoulder. You're kidding! That can't possibly be what it is, right? It's the only contradiction, though. Are they this nitpicky that the direction of the strap is what's contradictory? You have to be joking me right now. The actual contradiction is the strap being on the wrong side. Are you kidding me? That is the most nitpicky objection I've ever seen. Oh. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Are you serious? That's the actual, real-life, genuine objection. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it was in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? That's a really, really good question. What?
It was seen through a mirror! I should have known with the mirror. Which means that it's not actually there, I bet. That's what that's supposed to mean. That is genuinely infuriating. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... This is the most convoluted, most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. To make the badger disappear!
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. So what happens is that it, like, flips out into a wall that is also a mirror. Like, the mirror reverse flips around and is a wall on the other side. Because this glass has a different design on the back. But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. You move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. So they came out from behind it. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be removed. Then, beyond where the mirror is, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit kept out of my sight by hiding here, obviously in the freaking invisible room. There's a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Perhaps it is. We haven't been back to the haunted house ever. Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. The mirror was broken by the bullet exiting his shoulder. Because he was shot in that hallway, and that is proof. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go, now. Did that actually happen? That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. This was 4.5 hours ago. I have no idea if that even happened. Ah, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now this. I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then... Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Kay, please recreate that. Got it. What? This is seriously the most convoluted thing I've ever seen. All this discovered from a strap. A strap. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Where did the victim hide? Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw in the recreation lies... still right here.
Take that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. He saw the body! The last remaining contradiction. This case hurts my head. A lot. Really a lot. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? It was the victim. I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. Okay, I'm just supposed to...
Take that!
The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Ugh! What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete lot. What? This is the most pratty sentence I've ever seen. Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. What the hell does that mean? The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? That's what I was about to ask! There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. See, why didn't he do that forever ago? I'm sorry. Well, at least you apologized. That makes it all better. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. What now? Do you know what straddled means? Do I know what straddled means? I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See? That justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad? Passes out. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amando. Yeah, you covered it up. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? As in the case in which the other guy was arrested? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it. Good. And you will call that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Ah, Father! Even though you pushed the crime onto your then-secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for silence on your little dirty secret. And now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Who now? Who the heck was that? So this really was before the first case. And those two pieces of evidence were from this case. Oh shoot, what voice did I give that guy? Oh my god. I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques! Thank goodness you're here! Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. This is like a day before Jacques kills other guy, whose name I cannot remember. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, the whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? What the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Huh, it's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-horned House of Lang in Jiangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished, and it cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again. Or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive the prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. His name is Jim. That's not his name. His nickname is Jim. Faith. Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. We still gotta deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it is time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes, what is it? Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay, no need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? Why isn't she also under arrest? She also did commit fraud. Although, I guess, technically, Ernest already said he wasn't pressing charges for that. So, I guess she's free. Even though she was involved with a kidnapping plot. And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related. Lance, okay, I'm like, excuse me? Which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father! As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Oh my god. He looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir! Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Oblivious Edgeworth.
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
Well, that's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know.
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember?
That's... Go on! That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then-child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe.
Which I guess is next case, probably?